Hello, good morning class. Here on this 17th of October 2022, this morning we are here for economics, which will be taken forward by Mr. Denis, the economics teacher. Therefore, when we talk about economics is a subject which everyone has gone through, whether you are born, not yet, you're just born, you are living, or you are dead. There is no way you can escape this economics. In other words, economics has been experienced by everyone, whether educated or not educated. So in line with that, you will allow me to first take you through the code and the introductory part, whereby we shall get to know about the number of topics we shall have to cover up within this, within our economic session that we shall be having in future. So the economics that we are going to study is made up of two papers. One of them is economics paper 220/1, and this is called economics paper 1. Then we also have the other examinable paper called economics paper 2, called 220/2. These are the two basic economics papers that are set at our examination centers, that is the UNEP in Uganda. And therefore, these two papers don't differ much. They don't have much difference when we are learning them or when we are teaching them to you. The slight difference is when we are studying paper 1 and when we are examining paper 1, we consider our own way, economy. Economy, for example, okay, we'll be telling you about the numerous questions that we shall always be having as we go by topic like that. But these questions in paper 1 usually look at our own economy here. Then paper 2 is when we are setting the question looking at a specific country, or developing countries or developed countries, or say, if it is Uganda, they say, for example, what are the economic problems facing Uganda today? But when we are setting paper 1, we don't specify. We may simply say what are the problems, economic problems facing, faced within a given economy. So the difference is not much. The difference is not much. But I will always be going on reminding you about such a kind of settings in our economics. Yes, so economics has got a number of topics which are wide enough. They are wide, yes, but we always cover them. The syllabus is always covered in the specified time that we always teach it. There's no way one can excuse that the time was very limited, I did not cover up, so we have to plan accordingly and cover up these topics. These topics, among others, these topics are not, by the way, are not divided according to the papers. We generalize all of them. And when we are teaching them, we teach them all together. regardless of wherever it falls. But as I have told you, it is the nature of setting a given content or questions on a given content that differs to specify where this question or where this content has been set for or has been located with a given intention. So we start with the introduction to economics. On this introduction to economics, we start with the actual definition. With the actual definition of economics. We also look at how it has been defined by various categories of people, say the economists, the classical, neoclassical, and the people of that kind. After there, we have a number of other content down. Having defined economics, we have the fundamentals of fundamental questions of economics. We have the PPF, what we call the production possibility frontier, and the rest. I may not be able to give each topic and subdividing its subtopics down, because there are quite a number of subtopics under each topic. So we shall first take up the main, and when possible, I will simply hint on a few under a given topic. But we shall have to have them all in detail, okay? So, having had the introduction to economics, we also, this one is not writing very well, let's shift to another one. We move to price theory. Price theory, we start by the definition also of price. Definition of price. Types of prices. We move to the impact of price. That is how prices allocate resources in our economies, and that is under a given subtopic called the price mechanism, where we usually find a number of very good content under that, price fluctuation and the rest. As I've told you, I may not always be describing each of the subtopics under a given topic, but just to give you a hint, just a hint on it. I know with time very soon we shall be proceeding and going over topic per topic, topic per topic, like that. All right. After price theory, then we move to, price move with quantities of goods and services that are always bought and sold on the market, and therefore that one moves us to production. Production is the third topic, and which is also wide. It is by the way wide, but here we look at, among other subtopics, we look at, we start with a definition of production. Then from there, we move to factors of production. Factors of production, which I think by this time we must be knowing at least some few, if not all. because these ones have been since our O level we have been having them, where we have like land as the key factor of production, where we have labor, where we have capital, entrepreneurship, these ones. But when for this case here, we go in depth. We go in depth not as it was seen in that class of O level, in that level there. Here we go deeper into it and get to see the importance, the categories, and everything under each subtopic. So, of course, we have many other subtopics that I have told you. Then from there, we also move to unemployment. Unemployment, we start with a definition. What is unemployment? Types of unemployment, causes of unemployment, even the causes of each specific type of unemployment. Yes. We have a number of those categories of unemployment or types of unemployment. The cyclic, the frictional, the disguised, the casual unemployment, and the rest. But we go deep to learn about the causes of each of those types of unemployment and the possible solutions for each of those categories of unemployment. Okay? Then after we move into the solutions, the possible remedies to overcome unemployment. Then, having looked at unemployment, we also go further and look at national income. National income. This national income has also various categories. We have the GDP, national income, by the way, let me, just as a highlight, it is the measurable, it is the monetary measure of the output produced within the country by both nationals and non-nationals. So we have the GDP, we have the net national product, we have the net national product, and the rest. So we look at the factors that determine that, the problems that we face when we are compiling, getting information from different corners to bring together. Then we also have methods of measuring national income. The approaches, we usually call them approaches. The income approach, the expenditure approach, like that. So from there, we also move on to look at international trade. The trade between countries, the trade across the borders of different countries. So here, by the way, it is also a very interesting topic that we shall have to handle when we come to it. Yes. Here, we look at the absolute advantage. Absolute advantage, it is the theory of absolute advantage, and comparative advantage theory. Here we look at which country should specialize in the production of a given commodity. Because each country would always feel like producing whichever commodity that they feel like. But forgetting that at times these countries have got differences in the resource endowment, in the resource, in how God actually gifted each country with a given resource. So not everyone can produce a given, a given product very well. So it is from there we come to understand who is supposed to produce what and why, Yes. So here we also have very many other subtopics under it. Balance of payment, balance of payment, terms of trade, which we also abbreviate as TOT, discrimination, may not abbreviate it like this. So, as I have told you, I may not always be going deep into the subtopics as at the moment, because I'm just introducing this content to you such that we can be knowing what will come in the future. You okay? You always get enticed to reach a given topic, right? So after international trade, we also have the other topic which we call the structure of Uganda's economy. What is the Ugandan economy comprising? What does the Ugandan economy entail? So under this, agriculture is the key source in Uganda. In other words, we look at agriculture as one of the future of Uganda's economy. When you're looking at agriculture, we look at what is agriculture? What is the importance of agriculture? What kind of crops do we have in agriculture, Uganda's agriculture? What problems does agriculture face in Uganda? Whether we also look at the agricultural mechanization, agricultural modernization. Then we look at what are the possible measures for us to improve on the level of this agriculture if we are to boost our economy much more higher. Then we also look at industrialization. The industrial sector in Uganda and what it comprises. The industrial sector itself, what it entails, the futures of the industrial sector. So having looked at the futures, we also go further to look at the importance of of industry sector. What is its importance? What are the problems facing it? That however much we want it to go higher and higher, but it is having some hindrances, some obstacles. And therefore, how can those obstacles be solved? Yes? Yeah. All right, I think we are moving on together. we are moving on smoothly. Let me hope. All right. Having looked at the structure of Uganda's economy, we as well look at, we also look at population, wage, and labor. Yes, when looking at population, each one of us must be knowing what population is. Do we know? Then from here, we look at population, we look at the factors that tend to determine the level of population growth rate in a particular country. And therefore, having got those determinants of population growth rate in a particular country, we also go further to look at our own Uganda's population. How is it? Is it growing or it is reducing? If it is growing, what are those factors enabling it to grow? So we have some other concepts that we shall be going on looking at under population, after which we shall also look at a given theory that is under that subtopic of population. You know, as a whole, it is at one topic: population, wage, and labor. And each of these has under it subtopics. So as I'm telling you, we shall have the Malthusian population theory under population. Then when we finish population, we shall move to wage and determine and try to understand what is a wage. What are the types of wages? What are the determinants of these wages? You know, some of us earn less and others earn higher. What determines that? Okay? So, given that, we look at labor, the structure of the labor force, for example, in Uganda, what problems are hindering it, and what are the possible ways of improving our labor in terms of skills and the willingness of a given labor to continue serving or providing their labor to a given employment or exploit resources available. All right, we are moving on to describe further our topics that we shall have to cover up when we are moving on together in this economics of ours. As I have told you, that with economics, none of us, whether you are born or you are not yet born, whether you are dead or not, you have to experience this economics here. Okay, as we proceed, we shall also look at economic integration. Economic integration, which is the merging or the coming together of different countries for economic goals or to achieve economic goals. So that one, like in East Africa here, we understand that we first had the East African community, although it first collapsed during those years of 1970s, but it was revamped, it was brought back on board. So it is on, that is where we shall be looking at this. And it has stages that we shall have to look at. Then thereafter, we shall also have to look at economic planning, As I told you, no one can escape economics in our day-to-day life. So we always have to plan. Every morning when you are rising up, you plan on what to do that day and in the future. So we also learn different types of plans, conditions for them to achieve, and what are the problems that affect them. That is where we fail to achieve them. So we shall also have to look at that. Then we also have to look at, we shall also have to look at money and banking. You know, anything concerning money is very key and very significant. So here we shall look at the banking sector, our banking institutions, and the rest. So the other, we shall also have to look at we see economic integration, economic planning, money and banking. We shall also have to look at public finance, and fiscal policy. Public finance and fiscal policy. So under this topic, we shall be looking at how, you know, by virtue of calling it public, it means this finance is not for a private person or for an individual, but is for the entire community, for the entire country. So here we look at how governments, for example, like the Ugandan government, how does it raise its finance locally and internationally. Then we shall go further to look at fiscal policy. Here we look at different, we look at taxation as a measure or as a way of how we regulate a number of economic activities, whether desirable or not desirable in a given country. So under here I have told you we shall look at taxation, we shall look at public debt, we shall look at public debt, and this one will also have to take us some time because it is also wide, though it is a subtopic under this main one. Okay? Taxation is also a bit wide because we look at different taxes, sources, where we have direct, indirect, that is the taxation systems, importance of taxing or having taxation in a given country, and the rest. So, given these topics, please allow me start looking at our introduction. Looking at this introduction, I told you from the start that we start with the definition. Definition of economics. So generally, or entirely, we look at economics referring to how human beings allocate their resources to achieve or to satisfy their needs. Their needs, which we call endless needs. Endless needs, because we know that human needs are endless, very endless. So it is from this matter that we say that economics refers to how human beings, when we say human beings, we mean man, a person, allocates his resources, but which resources are scarce. None of us in this world has ever had enough resources, okay? None of us has ever had enough. Resources are always inadequate. Very true. Because even when you accumulate wealth, you buy whichever kind of cars, but you always feel like you're buying a more better one. Meaning that you continue looking for the resources. Even to buy a plane. Such that you can start moving in air. So the more our needs are endless, the more we go into looking for the resources. Otherwise, there are personalities whom I may not mention, who are extremely very rich. When we see them, you feel like, oh, okay, I wish I'd be like so and so. But that very person, that very individual is also still suffering so much, saying money is scarce. Money is scarce. Hey man, I'm looking for money. But you are saying him very wealthy, meaning that he has more achievements he needs to carry out in time to come. So he goes into looking for those scarce resources to satisfy his needs. Otherwise, if they were in plenty, everybody would be born with those resources and no one will be mining much to continue moving up and down night and day looking for resources to be better. Okay? Yes. So I have told you that in this definition here, that human beings we mean man, regardless of whether is a woman or a man, or is a female or a male, regardless of that, so long as you are a human being, you need to produce and you need to consume. So, further on this, we look at human beings into two. These people who are so inquisitive always to consume a variety of commodities and even maybe produce much more longer, much more time, much more goods and services. They are of two categories, one of whom we have producers. These producers you see here, they look for land, but which land does not increase in terms of quantity, meaning that the more the population increases, the more the producers will increase. And the more the producers are increasing, the more the demand, or the higher the demand for the land and all other factor inputs. Thus, demand becoming higher to produce goods and services, yet the supply of these say raw materials like land as a factor input remaining limited, because with it does not increase, thus causing scarcity. So the other one we also have, because these producers, even themselves, have their key intentions, out of which it is maximizing profits. So with an intention of maximizing profits, whether you want it or not, you will have to go into serious production, and you will have to demand for various factor inputs. Yes, for factor inputs, thus causing the factor inputs to be limited. But however limited they are, I want you to tell me, people, you tell me that because the resources are minimal, that consumers will stop consuming goods and services. Will they? They cannot. They cannot. Whenever they will consume, they will have to continuously demand for the products to consume. So from there, we have to have consumers who also have endless needs in life. Why do they always have endless needs? Because they want to satisfy their desires. They want to satisfy their desires. So the key intention of these consumers is to maximize utility. So when you talk about utility, we mean satisfaction. Utility means satisfaction. Some of us don't get satisfied. Even when we have just eaten, we feel like continuously demanding more. Yes. So there is no consumer. When you talk about satisfaction, we don't necessarily mean food. However much we always feel like consuming more and different types of foods. So I don't necessarily mean food when I talk about satisfaction, and I'm touching where? On the stomach. No. Yes, the stomach also has never appreciated. Am I deceiving? It has never appreciated actually. You consume, after a number of minutes, you feel like taking a drink. From there, you feel like taking something like liquor. From there, you feel like eating again. From there, so it has never appreciated. I think this is what has made us really continuously suffer. Really, God made it. So on the other hand, these consumers may need goods which are not consumable or directly consumable goods like food. But we always need accommodation, that is shelter. We always need medical. We always need good roads. We always need transport. Yeah? Bicycles, motorcycles, cars. Mention them. So, as the way how we need them for a given reason. And when we are demanding for them, we say we are demanding for them to satisfy our needs. Whether their needs are or indirect or direct satisfaction, we have to have them. So both producers and consumers have endless needs. And it is because of our endless needs, or the demand for our endless need to achieve our endless needs, that causes them to every day raise up, be in the field. Every day raise up, be in the field to look for those, you know what? With us here, we are in Uganda, and with us in Nyoro here, we are good at agriculture. Yes. Personally, I tend to engage in agriculture. So in that process, therefore, one time I happened to grow rice, okay? You know? Do you know how rice is grown? So when rice is grown and it's almost ready to harvest, it is like 3 weeks to harvest time. That time, I'm telling you, you can suffer with birds. With birds, whichever kind of birds, they like rice like nothing. And therefore, with us here locally, you find us running after these, throwing stones, throwing what those birds, but you throw here, they turn in the other side. You throw there, they run into the other corner. So in the process, these birds are hunting they are hunting for your rice to satisfy themselves. Because with them they don't grow. At times I feel like being lenient to them, but of course I also want profits out of the garden. So in Lunyoro here, we have a proverb that if you how can I say it? If you let me first say it in vernacular, and you see in vernacular here we say nti botamukiro wibango towesweka, meaning that there are some people who were naturally created with this hip on the back here. So when you happen to sleep with that person, we're always like pulling a blanket towards his side and a bigger part of it, and you remain in coldness. So if you want to cover yourself also, you will have to pull the blanket from that person, from that person, if you are to survive. So what I'm trying to mean is that I cannot leave my rice to the weaver birds, yet I want profits. But again, the weaver birds also are wanting to satisfy their utility. They're after maximizing their utility. That's why they are running up and down. So we two people, we are fighting for the resource, because the resource is very limited. I think you have got me. All right. Thank you. Let me believe so. So, on the other hand, we have economics defined by different scholars. Different scholars have their ways of how they define economics. But all in all, they relate to the general and the overall definition. For example, we have Professor L. Robbins. Professor L. Robbins, who was an economist, defined economics as the study of human behavior in relation to the scarce resources to achieve or satisfy their needs. So for Professor L. Robbins, when he was defining this economics, when he talks about human behavior, and again talks about scarce resources, for this matter here, he really brings economics in our real behavior, in our real being, because behavior, human behavior, relates with how the producer relates with the scarce resources I told you about, the factor inputs which are very scarce, how he behaves, how he takes himself towards them. Is this producer going to exhaustively utilize these resources, or is going to underutilize them? Is he going to optimally utilize these resources? When I say optimum, that is where you produce a given quantity that is suitable on the market, that's suitable for the market available, or you are going to underutilize. Underutilizing is the producing below optimum, or in economics we also call it producing at excess capacity. At excess capacity. So this time around, we don't take excess capacity to be beyond a given level. No, we take it to be a production level which is below the optimum. And I've told you that the optimum is the production point where the quantities produced from a given factor input is exactly equivalent to the demand on the market. So I think you are getting the two: excess capacity and optimum output. So here he also looks at the consumers. The consumers, and how these consumers tend to behave with a given output produced. How do they behave? Some of us, we tend to overspend the little that we have in the pocket for just one day. You consume as if the world is ending today. And the others tend to make themselves suffer, that because they are keeping their money for the rest of the future. At times I also wonder how these people who are keeping a lot for the future, you keep yourself very hungry now, very so much suffering now, yeah? Because you are keeping for the future. What if you die and leave it for the rest of the people? So you better maximize, you plan accordingly the amount of resources you have, how much to consume, and actually how much should be spent. No, we must not always make ourselves so much suffering, and we should not as well make ourselves so much happy beyond a given level when we are still alive. So we should plan accordingly. So that is what he means by human behavior in his definition, relating it with the scarce resources. I hope we are together, people. So we also have another scholar whom we call Adam Smith. Adam Smith was a classical economist, and with him he defined economics as the study of creation of wealth, as the study of creation of wealth. This man here, I think himself must have been rich. because he took a lot of time to understand, to analyze, how do people become rich? How do people become rich? Do they become rich by consuming millions and millions of money in a day? Can you become rich? I think no. And therefore, he went into that study and he analyzed and he understood, therefore, that you must be a rational consumer. You must be a rational consumer if you are to become rich. You must have priority. You must have priority in your consumption trend, such that you can be able to have to plan accordingly which one is more pressing, which one is good for the future, which one can I utilize now. So at the end of the day, just as we shall see when we come to still under introduction, under resources, under wealth, under wants, still under introduction, we shall be looking at those types of wealth, and you will come to know about what this Adam Smith meant much more better. All right, so having looked at some few definitions according to Adam Smith and Professor Robbins, they are not all, but there are many others which are derived from classical and neoclassical economists. When you talk about neoclassical, that is neo means new classical economists. Okay? All right. So, having looked at this introduction, the general and some definitions in relation to Robbins and Adam Smith, please, you will allow me also proceed to the fundamental economic questions that each one of us undergoes. I told you that with economics, whether you want it or not, whether you are born or not yet born, still in the stomach, you in the stomach are there, the inborn, you are already experiencing economics. How? Because your parents will already be planning for you when you're not yet born. They are busy consuming some nutrients which they are using money to purchase, like chicken, meat, vegetables, which they can't produce by themselves. So they are busy touching into the pocket to pick out and such that you can grow very well when still in the stomach. Okay? Yes. So, as I was telling you about when you are not yet born, so it becomes worse when you are produced, because then and then they will start buying some clothes for you. You will see the mama, the father moving to the market all the time. Hey, my younger boy, my younger girl wants some stockings. Hey, you know that it is cold. You are already making people to spend. You are already making your father to buy clothes for you, to buy jelly for you, to buy medicine for you. All the time of cough, flu. At the end of the day, they run to the pharmacies. Are you not experiencing economics? You are. Yes. I think you're together. Yourselves, as you are there, you are busy experiencing this concept. Yes, let me complete with this. Even when you are dead, I am telling you, even when personally I am dead, I will experience economics, though my mind will no longer be functioning. I'm telling you, whether you want it or not, you will experience economics unknowingly. You see? If you're thinking that I'm deceiving, when you die, what happens? Do they just throw you into the grave? No, they don't. What do? They run very fast to the coffin makers. They get a huge amount of money, 400,000, to buy for you the coffin. You are now going to sleep in the coffin as if you prepared it for yourself. Yet these people who are going to buy, they are touching, they are spending from their own savings. Such that you, the dead, you, the corpse can be able to feel contented in that coffin. I see these people always moving up and buying new bed sheets to roll the corpse in those new what? Bed sheets. I usually see the corpses being taken to the hospital to be treated with medicine. Can you imagine? You are busy enjoying economics even when your mind is no longer understanding. I think you're with me. You one time, you wait when I die. If you will not see me experiencing economics, I may not mention about you. I know people fear death. People fear death. Let me talk about myself. You come and bury me and find me in that coffin when I'm delirious even more than I am now, because they will have worked upon me very well, such that I can, as if there is someone who is going to welcome me in the grave there. Really? No. May I think, if possible, but bad enough, I will not be understanding. If possible, I would say that when I die, don't waste time to carry out land degradation, to dig, to get the coffin and put it there, to take time to rot. Just throw me there. That is to reduce on the expenditure of my corpse. Yes, such that you can remain with enough resources, which we call disposable resources, for you to spend on other valuable activities other than me, who has gone. I have gone. So those are the three. We have the three fundamental, basically three, which you cannot live without, so long as you are a human being. So fundamental, economic questions. Others call them fundamentals of economics. Fundamentals of what? Of economics. These are basically three concepts, out of which one we look at scarcity. It is called scarcity. The second one is called choice. And the third one is called opportunity cost. Opportunity cost. So we shall look at each of these. One by one. So let us start with this scarcity. What do we mean by scarcity? Because we have been in the definition saying scarce resources. Scarcity. But what is scarcity? Anybody tell me? Class, anyone tell me? All right, let us proceed. When you talk about scarcity, we mean that scarcity is the limitation in supply of goods and services in relation to demand. In relation to demand. Have you got it? Is the limitation in supply of goods and services in relation to demand. What do we mean by limitation? Limitation means inadequate or being not enough. So resources are always inadequate. Yet our level of demand, remember, which is inadequate, is always high. As I talk here, some of you who are there, some of you who are seated there, when it comes to break time, for some break time, some of you even don't have anything to spend. Am I deceiving? You may be there having nothing. Yet the stomach is yearning for something to consume. But what is the problem? The pocket is crying. The pocket is crying. Nothing is there. Some of you who are having, you have very little. You have very little. And you even know that it cannot be enough for you for this break. We may have biscuits, we may have what we call mandazi, we may have what we call cassava pieces, and you feel like for you to be somehow okay, in the stomach, to be somehow okay, you must take pancakes of 1,000 and a bottle of soda. But most surprising, out of that 2,000, you only have 1,000. Now, can you use the 1,000 to buy both? You cannot. You cannot. So that is what causes, that is what makes resources to be limited, because what you have cannot enable you to purchase whatever you feel like having. You know, goods and services are always in plenty, are always a variety of them, are waiting for us to consume. And you can't buy all of them. By the way, even our president, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, cannot buy everything he wants. Otherwise, if he could, he would be having numerous or a number of planes on his disposal, jumping into this one, from this one into this one, from this one into the other one. But why is he not having them? Because resources are limited. When it comes to lunch, I know no one amongst you likes consuming one type of food throughout. Like in Uganda here, we have the most common food, posho and beans. Am I deceiving? No. Posho and beans. And that's why you people, you the students usually like crying for deity. You are crying for deity. You want the school to incur an extra cost to buy for you diet. Why don't you buy it by yourself? Why don't you buy it by yourself if you have the resources? So at times, don't overblame. The schools, they are also sort of the resources. Sort of the resources. Yes. So if yourself cannot have enough to satisfy your own and your own stomach, how can the school have the resources to satisfy all of you, hundreds of you, with what you want? At times, we should also have some sympathy for our schools, okay? Yes. All right. So, demand is always high. Demand is always high. I'm saying demand is always high, whereas supply is always low. And when supply is low, that causes scarcity. Yes, it causes scarcity. Supply of goods and services is lower, whereas the demand for those goods is very high. That is what we call scarcity, or that is what brings about scarcity. All right? Okay. Now, I want, before I move to another concept or another fundamental economic issue, I want you to tell me, you amongst you who are there, who has never experienced this one? Who has never experienced this one amongst you? Hey, tell me. Even when you were not yet born, you experienced this one because your mother times was always complaining to your father that please, I need some fish. Today I need some fish. And the father, what could he say? What could he say? You also, where have you seen the money? The little money you had, the boy used it to buy medicine. No. Kumbe, the mother was asking for the fish when you were in need of fish in the womb. You see? So you suffered the scarcity. You suffered the consequence of the scarcity of resources when you were still in the womb. Yes. So when it came to earthly life, when you are born, it wasn't. Therefore, we always have to struggle to make life continue, right? Then thereafter, we move to the second concept under the fundamentals of economics, which is choice. Which is what? Choice. So, when we are looking at choice, it was our number 2. When we are looking at choice, this one we define it as the act. It is the act, the doing. Yeah? An act is engaging into something. Is the act of taking the right decision on production and consumption. So in this line, I want us to move slowly, such that we can relate scarcity with our choice. Here we have talked about the act of taking the right, not any act, but of taking the what? The right what? The right decision. Not any act is always right. There are always also wrong acts. But here we are meaning the right, the act of taking the right decision on what? On the two issues. The production of goods and services and the act on consumption. I told you in the first definition when we are looking at human beings, we talk about the producer and the consumer, regardless of the sex. Regardless of the sex. But here we look at the producer and the consumers. So these producers, let me write them here. I think you have noted this. Yeah, it's the act of taking the right decision on production and consumption. Therefore, I want to go further and we see on production and consumption what we actually mean under those two. Yes, so when you're looking at production and consumption, on production we mean they are producers who are doing what? Who are engaging in the process of producing the what? The goods and services. So these producers here, we are saying they can take the wrong and the right decision, but for us, we want the right decision because no producer, there is no one who has ever decided to say, let me take the wrong decision on producing, yet you are aiming at maximizing profits. So whichever decision you take, we take it to have been your right decision if you are to achieve or to maximize the profits. Though with the time ahead, you realize that, oh, I messed up. That is a regret. A regret. In other words, you did not intend to do that. You thought at first that it will come out very well. That's why you decided to produce that particular commodity or a service. So, producers take right decisions. Take right decisions on production. On production. But what is the intention? The intention of taking this right decision is to maximize. Is to maximize profits. At times when I'm dealing with my students, I like asking you that, please, is there anyone of you or amongst your parents or amongst your relatives who has ever engaged in production of a given product for a loss? You answer me. Is there anyone of you who has ever engaged in a production with me? Yes. Let me engage in this production purposely to get a what? A loss. Once I get a loss, I'm going to have finished. Are you there? You can't be there. Because production is a process which takes time and factors of production which are costly. So you can't incur such a cost for a loss. All right? Whereas the consumers, remember we said decision on production and consumption. Consumption is a process of demanding a given item. In economics, we usually avoid using the word thing, a given thing. No. A thing, what is a thing? That one does not bring any meaning in our economic sense. So with us, it is either a good, stroke commodity, or a service. All right? So I don't hear you there. At any time, We meet along the way, hearing you saying that, please, I want to go and buy the other thing. No. No. Simply say, please, I'd like to go and buy a given item, or a given commodity, or a given service. I want to go to the doctor for a service, but you can't say I'm going to the doctor for a thing. No. I think you have got that. All right. So these consumers always make their decision. The decision that they make has always to be right. A right decision to consume. A right decision to demand for a commodity on service. On service. So, you who are there, I know all of you have ever gone to the market. And when I say a market, does not necessarily mean like the other building, which the very big, huge building in Hoima, or in Kampala, or in Masindi, that it is the one called a market. No. A market is any transaction point, or is any place, any area, or anywhere where the transaction is carried out from. So don't note me badly that a market is Central Market, Kampala, or Wino, where? No. Because whoever goes there goes to transact. So a market is any place, any point where exchange of goods and services, either for cash or barter trade, is carried out. Are we together? Yes. So when the consumers go to the market or go to any point of transaction, they make the decision. That decision should be right. The decision on selling his or her commodity. For example, personally, I happen to have some mangoes. These mangoes were somehow ripened, but not so much. But I was like, my madam at home was like, you first leave those mangoes, they get more ripened. I said, these mangoes are mine. And therefore, I'm the one responsible on them, or responsible for them. If you want to own the mangoes, you go and plant yours, and then on them, you will sell them at any time you want. So, I made my decision on my mangoes. I said whether they are ripe or they are not, I'm going to sell them. Whichever amount they give me will be that. Meaning that I made a decision, but with a target. I wanted the money at that moment. So I could not prolong the time that I'm waiting for my mangoes to ripen much more than the way they were. So I got the amount of money, the 2,000 out of my 7 mangoes. Then I went to another market center to buy what? I wanted, of course, some eatables. I was so hungry. That's why I was somehow violent to the wife, because I had my own desire and I was the one feeling it. No any other person was feeling it, so you could not decide on my own or decide for me what I wanted. So I took the right decision. What I saw as the right decision to demand for a commodity or a service. When you are sick, you either make a decision to stay home and die, or you make a right decision to go to the doctors and you get diagnosed and get the medication. So for he who lags home on bed, the that I only have 100,000 and I don't want to spend it. I don't want to spend it. With the time of tomorrow, you will be in the coffin, and the 100,000 will remain where? Hey, will remain in the bag. So will you have made the right decision? No. And therefore, for me who has gone to see the doctor for diagnosis and medication later on, I will have made the right one, and I will continue living and enjoying life. So you who are there, do you always make a right decision? Or you do the wrong ones? The wrong ones are the ones which are not enabling you to satisfy your own needs. Those are the wrong decisions. And as we have said, that any consumer makes a right decision because he is aimed at maximizing satisfaction, which we call the utility. So here I hope with producers and consumers, which I have derived from our definition, is clear. Yes, so it is because of scarcity of goods and services that we make a choice. It is because the goods and services or the resources are limited in supply in relation to demand that we make choice. When we are making a choice, we leave others out. Hey, when I was buying this shoe of mine, though you may not see it, that shoe of yours, you who is here, when you are making the decision to take that shoe, tell me, was it the only type of shoe in the whole shop? Was it? Answer me. I think those shoes were many. That you moved around, and you selected. Your selection was not only because of the good quality, but on the other hand, it was also because of your affordability to buy that particular shoe. There are others you must have left out because they were more expensive. Am I deceiving? No. You left them out. You just reflect back. You left them out. Therefore, you made a choice. Out of the many, you made a choice and you selected one. As I've said, it was not because it was the most best quality, but because of your affordability. The resources you had. Otherwise, you even wished to have the other more expensive one. But because of the resource limitation, you had to take the cheaper one, okay? So, in relation to that, we see that you had scarce resources, you made the choice and you left others. So, those others you left are the ones that are bringing us to opportunity cost, our third fundamental question. Okay? Yes. So let us also have its definition here. Let me put it up here. I never wanted to rub or to remove these tools such that at one time we try to relate the three and see how they match, how they work hand in hand, in that you cannot have one when the others are not there. You cannot have choice when there is no scarcity, and you can't have opportunity cost when there is no choice. So let me put this one here such that we can relate the three. Okay. So this one is called opportunity cost. And we have said opportunity cost comes from having made choice, and the ones you leave behind are the ones which are an opportunity cost. So, what is opportunity cost? Have you ever heard about it? No, you must have heard about it. Eh? You can think around. What is opportunity cost? I have told you that each one of you has experienced it at least. So, what could be its definition? Okay, I know you have the answer, but let us put your answer here, okay? Operator cost refers to the next best alternative to the next best alternative to the next best alternative when choice is made. When choice is made. So as I have told you, using the example of the shoes I have talked about, for you who are there, that when you were going to buy those shoes, you reached the shop, you even admired a number of them, and you wished if heaven could come on earth and give you much money and you take all these shoes. Isn't it? So, in line with that, we see that when you made a choice on the one that you're putting out now, the ones that you left were the most next alternative you could buy if you happened to have more resources. If you happened to have more resources, you could easily take up the one you left behind. The one you left behind. Because, of course, you wished it. You wished to have it. You were admiring it. But because of the limitation in resources, you could not consume it. You could not demand for it. Yes. So, that's why we are saying that it refers to the next best. Next best. And I'm saying that given any resource availability, you could go in for that. Because it was best for you, but because of limited resource, the money you had was not enabling you to have it. Now, given that you found your friend immediately and said, please, hey, you're buying shoes? Yes, oh, which one would you want? Can I add you more? Can I add you some more money? What could you buy? Could you buy the cheaper one that you were almost to buy? Or you go for the other one? Of course, you go for the other one, which is more expensive and of more better quality. I'm saying of more better quality. Are you getting me? Yes. At times, when I'm joking with you, as my children, my students, I also tend to bring in some social aspects. Some social aspects. Like what? Like what? There is a certain man in our community there, just like any other man, who happened to, let me illustrate that. This man here happened to find a given lady. That is woman. Immediately, this woman X was met. He moved along. The next day, he also realized there was also another more beautiful woman. Woman Y. This man looked around, said, ah, wow, yeah, you know, yeah. But in the evening of that very day, he moved around and went to a given hotel, to give in himself, right? Then from there, he met a given younger girl of around 18 years, 18 to 20 years, around there. And that lady was so glittering, you know, was very beautiful, was so nice. This man got confused and said, every time I move around, I'm seeing different women, all of them are beautiful. So, out of these three, whom one can I have? Whom one can I take home? This man here became confused. Very confused indeed. He went and slept, say her. No, what come may? Let me take woman P. He selected. But remember, at first, he first looked at this woman X and admired and said, I will marry you. I will have to be with you until mountains fall down. Then from there, he met woman Y. The same thing. Now finally ended up with woman P and said, I am taking you. Tell me, if we had the possibility, you know, he was a Catholic. And with the Catholics, with them, they marry one woman. According to the church, what we very well, according to the what? To the church. This man was always saying, how much I'm having you, woman P. I was also admiring also to have woman Y. Meaning that could he have got a chance of being allowed to marry two women, he would have gone for which woman? He would have gone for woman Y, because she was on his mind. So woman Y was his opportunity cost. Okay? So let us end with seeing the relationship between the three. How are the three fundamental questions related to one another? You get this one very well, because it helps you, it helps us, it helps everyone in life. The relationship is here. It is because of scarce resources. It is because of scarce resources that you make a choice. But when you make a choice, there are some other goods that you leave out. And those other goods are the ones which we call the next best alternative for what? For gone. Oh, sorry. I forgot something here in our definition. The next best alternative. Oh, sorry. Foregone is supposed to be here. Foregone. When the choice is made. Sorry, okay? Have you noted this? Refers to the next best alternative. Foregone when the choice is made. So when you make choice, you leave out others. And those others are the ones we call opportunity cost. So these three here are interrelated. Okay? I think you have noted that. So when you are out there, please let your mind start marking these concepts and you start behaving in relation to them. I know, just as I told you that none of us does not experience economics. From childhood or from the inborn, childhood until you die. And even when you die, you experience what? Economics. I told you how it is done. So these three concepts are very paramount, are of paramount significance in our lives. Okay, welcome back for this session. We ended the time with the three fundamental economic issues. And this time round, as we are still moving on with the introduction to economics, you will still allow me, I like democracy. I like democracy, and I'm so democratic in the way I do my things. So this time round, you will allow me to go in with the production possibility frontier. With a production possibility frontier, production possibility frontier. Please, all these are still some small sub topics under introduction. Under introduction to economics, okay? So we talked about production, we have talked about the producers, and at this moment, this one is also, we always tend to also abbreviate it as the PPF. The PPF, Production Possibility Frontier. What does it mean? Any one of you, I know you might have heard about this concept, about this terminology, and therefore, due to that, maybe you can give us what it is all about. Can I give you some time? All right. We can be proceeding. I know you are thinking about it, trying to bring concepts together such that you can come up with a definition. So, in the process, as you're going on with the thinking, you can merge with me and we go at once. All right? So, what do we mean by production possibility frontier? For this matter here, we mean that when we talk about the PPF. The PPF, this one is the locus of points that show are two commodity combination that can be produced when resources are fully utilized. So for this matter, when you talk about locus, that word locus, we don't mean the other insects, which we call locusts. Yeah? The other ones are locusts, the insects. But with us here, we mean locus. L-O-C-U-S. Which means areas of points, but which are showing a two commodity combination that can be produced when resources are fully utilized. I'm going to talk about it further. I'm going to talk about it much more further, and you will have to see what we are meaning by locus of points, what those points are, and what each of those points tend to mean. Clear? Yes. But we have, in this definition here, we have to take note of certain issues, out of which we have noted this locus of points that show that two commodity combinationally that can be produced when resources are what? Are fully utilized. So these areas I have underlined are very key, are very important, are very crucial. Fine? Yes. Are very crucial. You are going to see how crucial they are. So, these points, as we shall see in a few minutes' time, they have to show only two commodities. Two commodities, not one, not three, not four, but how many? Two. Only two. Two, we mean commodities. For example, potatoes and maize. Beans and cassava. Those are the two commodities. But when combined together, being produced in a given period of time. Two commodities produced concurrently or all together in a given period of time. Not producing one this time and you produce the other time. No, they have to be produced in the same period of time. So the producer has to take what we call the right decision on which combination. You know, a combination is not always of one commodity. A combination is always of two commodities, and that is one combination. One what? Combination. Yes. So, show the two commodity combination that can be produced when resources. When we are talking about resources, here we mean land, those factor inputs. We have labor. We have capital. We have what? Entrepreneurial skills. Entrepreneurship. These ones, I told you that when we come to production, we shall look at them in depth. In depth. Very good. Very good. Factor inputs. Because when we talk about land, it means a lot. Don't just look at land on the surface here as you see. On the surface. No. Land entails various things, various items, both on the surface, above the surface, under the surface, in the ground, the minerals. So, labor, both skilled and unskilled. Capital, you get that. Machines, machinery. And then here we look at the skills of engaging, starting up a given venture. So, but we are saying when the resources are fully utilized, meaning that here there is no resource which have to be underutilized. There is no resource underutilization. All resources must be fully utilized. Two things to note. I'm saying fully utilized or optimally utilized, but not underutilized or over utilization of a given resource. You should not produce a given combination when you have over-exploited a given resource. No, you have to just optimally utilize the resource. All right, so having looked at this, you are going to allow me also give another way how we can define the PPF, the production possibility frontier. Another way how we can define it. We can as well define this PPF as the graphical representation of, or a graphical representation of a two commodity combination of goods that can be produced, when resources are fully utilized, or we can say exploited. At times we also use the to mean the same thing, to mean the same term, utilized, exploited, or employed. Fully employed. So we can present those combinations, different combinations. I'm saying we can present different combinations in terms of a graph or on a graph. That's why we are calling it a graphical representation of a two commodity combination that can be produced over a given time when resources are fully utilized. When resources are fully utilized. So from here, we are going to have the graphical presentation of what we have been talking about in these two definitions of production, possibility, frontier. Yes. So I told you that with a cone, is a very interesting subject which none of you would feel like not living. It's a very good subject that each of you will feel not like living. He will feel not like living because it is part and partial of you. Part and partial of you. So who of you doesn't want to know how he looks like, what you like to consume, what you like to produce, what you like to be, how do you like to engage in any productive venture? So since you like what you do and what you feel like you want to do, that means you have to like economics because it guides you in the process of how you are to do all of those activities. All right, now here is how our production possibility frontier looks like in terms of graphical. So we illustrate the y and x axis, and we note the center point. The center point as 0, which is our point of origin, which is the point of origin. And the y-axis, we don't just name them as y-axis like in mathematics. We don't just name them as x. No, that one we have to have it within our mind that the horizontal is always the x-axis and the vertical one is always the y-axis, okay? But this time round, we name these axes, in relation to the commodities, the two commodities that we are intending to produce. The two commodities that we are intending to produce. So each of the two commodities on either side. On either side. And that one shows us that the two commodities are the ones that have to be produced in a given country. So as I'm telling you that on the vertical axis we don't just mark as the y-axis and x-axis on the horizontal one, as it is in where? In the mathematics. But with us here, we mark the two axes in relation to the types of commodities that we are to produce. Okay? Now, for this matter, which commodities can you, as students here, like to produce? Like which commodities? Okay? Someone I'm seeing telling me maize and beans, sorghum and maize. But let us take one combination, okay? Let us take one of those combination. Let us say we are producing maize and beans. So this is one combination comprised of two commodities, and therefore we are going to mark these axes in relation to these two commodities. Say, for example, on the y-axis we mark maize, and on the x-axis therefore we have to mark what? Which one? According to you, which one? Okay, we have to mark using beans on the x-axis. So these are the two commodities which we mentioned in our definition, that a two commodity combination that has to be produced when the resources are fully utilized. So here we are going to look at the points that we talked about. The points which we said a locus of points that show a two commodity combination that has to be produced when the resources are fully what? Are fully employed or utilized or exploited. So our PPF curve is convex to the origin, and therefore that curve, the PPF, is the one which serves to be like our budget on which we have to play around with in our production. So this marks to be our PPF curve. Our PPF curve. And therefore, we're going to explain more about it, as I told you from the definition. We noted 4 concepts in the definition, which we have to see here, which we have to mark here in this illustration. Yes, first and foremost, we are saying that these two commodities have to be produced when resources are fully utilized, and full utilization of resources is identified at given points where we have these two combinations produced. For example, having that one as one combination of maize, that may abbreviate it as M, meaning maize, and also abbreviate on the y on the x-axis beans as B. Okay? Meaning what? Beans. So beans, what else can we differentiate from the other? Maybe let us use B naught and M naught. Why? Because with time I'm going to tell you about the adjustment in the forms of combinations to show the increase and decrease of these quantities of maize and all of beans. Okay? So at this point here, that point is on the PPF curve. And this point means that, remember the definition, be remembering that, definition that two commodity combinations are produced when resources are fully utilized. So the full utilization of resources is only and always noted on all along the PPF curve. I repeat this. I am saying that the exploitation or the full utilization of resources is understood or is noted along the PPF curve, along it, on it, at any point on this PPF curve marks the utilization of resources by producing two commodities. So let us first consider this point here, and we can mark it as point what? We mark it as point what? Okay, let us point it as point A. As point A. So when we mark that as point A marks or shows the full utilization of the available resources when we are producing two commodities, but two commodities making one combination. You know, combining. A combination is made up of two things, whereby of two items or two persons, whereby one combines with the other, making one combination. Is that it? Yeah? Yeah. You can't say it is a, you can't say I am a combination when you are a one. You can't say that. You can't say commodity A is a combination when it is one. When it is one, it is not a combination. And therefore, for a combination to exist, there must be another one which combines with it to make it a combination. So for this matter, we cannot say that we are producing beans and we call beans alone a combination. We must combine it with a given item or a given good, which is maize, making a combination at point A. So, to show you much more, we have said that any point along the PPF shows full utilization of resources, regardless of whichever or wherever that point is, even if it is here, even if it is there, it will mark or it will show a full utilization of resources when these two commodities are produced. When these two commodities are produced. In this line, therefore, we shall see that we just correspond from this point to the y-axis, and we denote that point as a point, another point of producing maize. Another point of producing maize. And therefore we can mark it as maize 1. Do you remember the other time when I told you, when I suggested to mark this one as point note? Point note means initial. And point 1, M1, meaning a change from naught to 1. Okay? Then we therefore also correspond from this very point here. Don't start from down when you are illustrating this curve or these corresponding points. Don't move like this upwards, because you may end up reaching in a wrong direction. For example, if you happen to use this one, let me use another. If you happen to use this one here, if you happen to use this line that you are trying to correspond to this point up, it will give you a wrong correspondence. And therefore, for you to always, in all these illustrations that we shall have with the time ahead, please always mark that it is from the point along the PPF curve, or any point, any curve that we shall be looking at, that corresponds to a given axis C. To a given axis C. Yes, I'm going to be taking time when it comes to illustrations, illustrating these areas. There I move slowly, such that you can understand it very critically, because illustrations carry a lot of meaning of our economics. Therefore, let me do what we are supposed to do. Let me first remove this one, and we do the right one. Yes, I've told you, you have to mark from the upper point corresponding to a given axis. And that one will mark M1, because we used M1 here. So with this M1 means that we have got a second combination. This was combination M naught, B naught, and then the second one is M1, B1. It is not one combination, but there are two combinations marked along the PPF curve, showing a two commodity combination of maize and beans. Of maize and beans. So, how can we mark this one? How can we mark this point? I told you I like democracy. Can you mention? All right. Let us mark this one B as suggested. So, this is point B, this is point A. We can as well have very many other points. It does not limit us to only have 2 points, that A and B, or C and what, okay? Along the same, we can have as many curves or points in between here. Let me put it roughly, let me put it here. This one being beans, maize, and this one being our PPF, and this one being our B1, B naught, then M naught, M1, this one being our point B, this one being our point A. I am saying, I have illustrated this one for rough work to show you that we can as well have very many other combinations on the same curve, on the same graph. We can have very many other combinations. For example, we can have this combination of B2, of B2, M2. This one indicates that this quantity of maize is produced and this quantity of beans is produced. We can as well have another combination in here, noted as B3, and here as M what? M2? No, M3. Okay? M3. So the increase in maize reduces the quantity of beans. So that one having been our rough work, let us come back here. Or maybe before I come here, let me also say this, allow me say this, that for us here, we have increase and decrease in one of the two. We can't increase both commodities. For example, when you have a small piece of land, like 10 yards or 10 meters in 10 meters, and you want to use that small land for two commodities, what do? You can mix them up, both the maize and beans, mix them up in that one piece of land. But when you're planting them, you space them according to which one you are more preferring to another. Or you may divide the land and say, I'm putting the beans alone and I want the maize alone. And when you want, let me put that one also in the corner here, you have this piece of land. That piece of land there. But you want to produce both commodities, maize and beans. For this matter here, I am saying you can mix both the maize, and the beans inside there. Isn't it, people? So, in planting this maize and beans at the same time, in your mind, you will have a desire of one more than the other. So when you so much want the maize than the beans, then obviously you will have more maize plants. Maize plants than the beans in the one garden or in the one piece of land. And all, if on that piece of land you want to plant them separately, then you will vary the piece of land, and you say, let me proportionately divide this land into two. One for maize and one for beans. So for this matter, just as you have seen me having divided, which one is bigger than the other? The upper is bigger than the lower portion. That one implies that this producer here is intending to produce more from this section than the one in the lower section. And therefore, here we come to defining or determining which one to produce where. Which one to produce where. Assuming you want more of maize, you will use a bigger proportion in the upper part. And you use a smaller portion of land for what? For beans. But at the end of it all, what we want to see the producer producing the two commodities in whichever format. So, for this matter, where you have, in the first instance here, say garden one here, if you wanted more of maize, that means you are to produce from north, from the center. The more you move up, the more the quantity of that commodity. And this time, as you are producing M1, which is higher, M1 is higher than M3, isn't it? Because the gap or the distance from the node, from the center to M3 is smaller than the size from the center to M1, indicating that you have a larger quantity from node to M1. And given that, therefore, the quantity of beans will be small, given this size, from the center to B1. From the center to B1 is very short. By being short, it shows that the rate of producing beans is very small. And as small as it is, it gives us a combination that even if you produce 2 cups of beans and you have 10 sacks of maize, still it is a combination. So this variation, you can either increase or reduce. You can either increase it, this one, or reduce that. That is why you are seeing that M1 is higher than M3, and M3 for beans it is producing B3 here, which is much compared to the maize. So this one depends on your preference. When you are preferring to produce more of beans, then your point along the PPF will be more outward. I mean outward. Outward, I mean moving a longer gap from the center to the right, expanding towards that side. It will be increasing the quantity. It will be increasing the quantity of beans. So, when you are moving inwards from this side, from the right to the left, moving inwards from the right to the left, it shows that you are reducing on the quantity of beans. You are reducing on the quantity of beans, but increasing on the quantity of maize. I hope we are moving together. All right, putting that one at that, let us come back to our original illustration here. Remember, we said we must not underutilize resources and we must not overutilize the resources, but we must fully utilize the resources. That means we must optimally produce using a given resource. So that one we can observe it from here. Let me indicate them using another color. That at this point C, any point B, let it be C, or let it be D, any point which is under or before reaching the PPF curve, that is within the PPF curve, inside it, as it is there, inside it. Please, that point shows that you are underutilizing the resource, because optimum utilization of resources is noted along the what? Along the PPF curve. Along the PPF curve. Even if this point is almost here, almost reaching the PPF curve. But we have a saying, the Englishman said, almost does not kill a bird. I was almost hitting it, but have you hit it? You have not. So given the fact that you have not hit it, it has not died. So even with us here, we are meaning the same. that even if this point of utilizing resources available are next, almost reaching the PPF curve, in actual sense, it has not reached the PPF, and you have still utilized the resources under capacity. Under capacity. So, any point under the PPF or inside the PPF curve is always under utilization of resources. Then, on the other hand, any point beyond this PPF curve, from it outward, from it towards the right, that shows overutilization of the available resource. Like for example, we have point G. G, which is outside this curve, it shows overexploitation of the resource. Even if it is just here, it is out beyond the level. So let us, as we mark this one, we shall start from there. Thank you for listening. Yes, welcome again. We are back on our illustration until we make it, until you understand it. Just as I told you, I can't leave any illustration ununderstood. Still the Englishman says that he cannot leave any stone unturned. Each one of you has to understand this illustration, moreover being the first one in our economics. Alright, so we have said that any curve, any point outside the PPF, it shows overutilization of the available resource. So that one makes us to have 3 points. We have the points along the PPF, i.e., that is to say, point A and B. And these ones show, or they indicate, that resources are optimally all fully utilized. Any point along the PPF, any point so long as it is in that line, it is under full utilization of resources. But then we also have points inside. Points inside the production possibility frontier, i.e., we have points what? For example, you there, which point do we have? Under the PPF. Okay, we have points C, D. Points C and D. Or maybe we also have the other one we did not mark. This one here. Are you seeing it? Yes, this one here. We did not mark it, but we can give it any name. How can we call it? Okay, point Z and Z. So these ones here, what do they indicate in our production? These two indicate that there is under utilization of available resources. Yes, are we together? Yes. So, point three that we have to mark very well is any point which is outside on the right hand of the PPF. Outside the PPF shows that you have gone beyond a given level of production. You have gone beyond a given capacity of factor inputs. Yes, you have gone beyond it. And that one indicates that, for example, we have point G, and we have this other point here. We can call it what? Let us call it point R. So these points outside the PPF, they very well indicate over, like we have noted as point G, for example, i.e. G and R. Indicate what? Over utilization of resources. Overutilization of resources. Now, with this PPF of ours, you are going also to allow me put it in your day-to-day life. That is in agriculture or in production and any other venture. But I want us to have it in our day-to-day life such that we can reflect to what we are actually saying, okay? All right. Now, me. As you are seeing me here, last week, I had my 10,000 in the pocket. Just 10,000 Ugandan shilling. I was moving around the Hoima town, but I remembered Madam sent me for some commodities. Sent me for actually now. Will this money be enough? Scarcity of what? Of resources. I'm here lamenting. Will this money be enough? Said okay. Let me go. I went to buy what they requested at home. 10,000 Ugandan shilling. So when I reached the area of transaction, which we called the market, I found them telling me that the fish, a piece of fish, is 7,000. 7,000. But at home, you know, that piece is a small piece. Small. And cannot be enough for the 7 people I have at my home. Then I said, I thought I would get 2 at 5,000. Then I said, what can I do? I said, you man, the seller, please, please help me, I have little. Said, no, me I don't entertain debts. You take this one. Said, no, it is not enough also. They said, that one piece is not enough. I said, okay, how much do you have? I said, I have 10,000, but I would like to take 2 pieces at least. So what can I do? I said, you're going to look for somewhere else. But I had to become so polite and so humble. I was actually humbled. But I'm humbled because I have limited what? Resources. So, at the end of the day, what was in my mind? In my mind was that if with my 10,000 Uganda shillings, if I buy 1 piece at 7,000, I was going to have bought at less than the resource I have. I would have bought, I was going to buy at less than the resource I have, which is 10,000. And yet to me, I felt like, since the one of 7,000 is inadequate, at least I better leave a debt behind. Yeah? Better leave a debt behind. Because 7,000, that means I would have utilized at this point the total amount that I have. The total amount that I have is on this one is not working well, is on this point 10 what? 10,000. 10,000 is the total amount that I have, which I have to spend. I have to spend it. 10,000 at this point. 10,000 shillings. Then this woman is selling me 1 piece, 7,000. That means 10,000 minus 7,000. I was going to remain with how much? How much? 3,000. Would I have exploited my resource fully? Yes? Could I? No, I wouldn't have exploited my resource fully. So I was going to underutilize this resource by remaining with a balance of a balance of 3,000. But remember, 1 piece was not enough for me and my family. So I said, no, Mama, please, just help me. Let me leave you with my 10,000 here, and then thereafter, the balance I will come with it tomorrow as I'm going for work. I said, surely. Will you bring it? I said, trust me. It's when you will understand that I'm godly. I said, oh, okay. God is seeing you. I am giving you my 2 pieces of fish. Make sure you bring my balance. I said, thank you very much, and may God bless you abundantly. She gave me 2 pieces. That means the second piece was also mounting to how much? 7,000. Making a total of what? 14,000. That is 14,000 shillings. But remember, I have how much in the real sense? I have 10,000. So I have given 10,000, and I have taken the items of 14,000. That one implies that I have gone beyond my budget. I have gone beyond my capacity. You will have gone beyond what you can manage. And that one will have put you in debt. Which debt is going to leave you traumatized. When you don't have the balance, the 4,000 balance to pay back, you will not pass that road. Can you pass the year? Tell me, can you pass the year? You cannot. Why? Because you went beyond what you could afford. You went beyond what you could afford. So, in reality, that is what we call over-exploiting the resource. Meaning that this resource I had before, this 10,000 here, where my PPF was reading 10,000, that is my PPF. And I have gone beyond it by minus 4,000. Are you seeing that 4,000? It is a point, at a point, it is a minus meaning debt. I'm demanded. I owe someone a given amount of money equaling to 4,000. Therefore, that shows that I consumed these two items, these two pieces of fish beyond capacity. So I overexploited my ability to consume this commodity. Clear? All right. So, any question here? I think I have tried to narrate very well all about our definition and all about our illustration. Now, as I remove this content here, I want us to look at another aspect about our PPF. Another aspect on our PPF is that what happens when there is an improvement, or maybe before we look at that, let us also look at this PPF, this curve, where we have a commodity combination of maize and beans, and how this one can increase or reduce. And therefore it is from here that I ask you, my class, I ask you please, what do you think is going to cause an outward, what may cause an outward adjustment of this PPF, or an inward adjustment of this PPF? You know, we said that when you are moving from the right to the left, it is called an inward movement or shift of the PPF. And when it is moving from left to right, it is showing a reduction in beans and an increase in maize. And this reduction in this and increase in this is where we have to, first of all, before we move to the shifts, is where we look at the opportunity cost. The what? The opportunity cost. Whereby this increase in this is as a result of reduction in this. Meaning this commodity M increases by the same quantity reduced in commodity beans. So that if here down for beans you reduce it by 10 kgs, that means you have to substitute this maize has to increase by the same quantity, 10 kgs. One is substituting the other. This substitutes here. The addition here substitutes the loss in 10 kilograms. That one therefore implies that 10 kilograms of maize is the opportunity cost. Yeah? Do you recall that? Is the opportunity cost of producing 10 kgs of beans. Meaning that you have made a choice to increase maize by 10 kilograms and foregoing the 10 kilograms of beans. If you can reflect back to our definition, which says opportunity cost is the next best alternative, foregone when choice is made. So we have foregone this 10 kgs by adding it on. And on our curve here, we can identify the opportunity cost. We can identify our opportunity cost. For example, from A to B, the movement from A to B from A, what's wrong with from A to B, that one shows us the opportunity cost. How? Because it is going to show that initially you are producing these beans and thereafter you reduce B0, B1 for M0, M1, meaning that this quantity here of B0, B1 has been substituted by an increase from, point A is here but corresponding with M1, M0, and B corresponding with M1 has been substituted by M0, M1. So this one, M1, is the opportunity cost. Of B0, B1. So this becomes our opportunity cost. Are you getting that? M0, M1 being the opportunity cost of B0, B1. Yes. Therefore, after here, we can look at what may cause an increase in either maize or an increase in beans, and we call that one economic growth and the PPF. So anything concerning underutilization, overutilization, opportunity cost have all been observed on this illustration. So thereafter, we can match to show economic growth and the PPF. Okay, as we are saying, welcome back to another session. We are saying that we want to look at still under production possibility frontier, the PPF. We want to understand what causes an increase in the production of either both commodities or an increase of either of the two. Either maize or beans, following the examples that we have been having. And that one we call it economic growth and the PPF. All of you recall that PPF is the production possibility frontier. Okay? So, under that, I will start by introducing to you what we mean by economic growth. And therefore, when you talk about economic growth, you must have been hearing about this, but actually not maybe knowing the economic sense of it. So here it is. Please, when you are talking about economic growth, this one refers or is the quantitative, the persistent quantitative increase, in the volume is the persistent quantitative increase in goods and services produced over a given period of time. Over a given period of time. Over a given period of time. In this definition here of economic growth, there are some key statements or words that we have to mark very critically. One is persistent. That word, persistent. Persistent means what? Who of you could be knowing? Yeah? You know? Persistent means what? Yes, class B on. Let us be in, eh? So, when you talk about persistent, we mean increase, but we mean continuous. Eh? Continuous. All the time increasing continuously, time after time. So that one is noted. Persistent means increase. So when you talk about quantitative, we are looking at the volume. We are looking at the volume. The volume of goods and services. Either the volume increasing over a given time. So this is quantitative, comes from the word quantity, and then increase, quantitative increase in the goods and services produced over a given what? Time, over a given period of time. Time is also very essential in this definition of ours. Why? Because time goes on changing. Time goes on changing. That's why we have to specify which time period we are talking about. We are together? Yes. So, this time may be in terms of a month, it may be a week, it may be a season of 3 or 6 months, it may be a year. It may be a year, just depending on what you, the analyst, you are trying to look at. So, there are 3 statements or 3 words that we are taking very crucial in this definition. We have talked about persistent, which means continuous, and we have talked about quantitative, which means volume, or quantity. Then we have also talked about time factor. So you can't define economic growth and you forget these 3 and you think that you have got a right definition. It cannot be a right one, because each one has got a serious hidden agenda into the definition. Very crucial indeed. So, having noted the definition, how does it relate with a PPF? Maybe for your information, the viewers, is that in this definition we have not included the term called quality. We have not valued about quality. No, we have not, and we don't consider quality in quantities. In quantitative, in economic growth, because this one basically only looks at the amount you produce, regardless of the quality. Because when you go into understanding about the quality, then you are moving into another concept. Which concept is called what? Who knows? Who knows? The concept called economic development is what you will be defining, because economic development is both is a combination of both quantity and quality improvement or increase of goods and services. So here we don't mind about the quality of a given amount of goods and all services produced within the economy. Right. So let us look at the relationship between economic growth and the PPF. Yes, we are moving on. Let me hope people, we are moving on well. Slowly, 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 slowly. You know, you are my younger ones in the field of economics, and therefore I should take you slowly, gradually, such that I don't leave you. All right. So, remember the PPF is about two commodity combinations. Two commodity combination that is produced. And then economic growth is all about increase in the quantities of a given output, of a given product, and all a service over time. So here we are going to use our curve, our graph. Let us use the other examples that we used the other time, where we have maize and we have beans. And we have our simple PPF. Remember, or you have to note, that our PPF is negatively sloping from left to right. It's negatively sloping from left to right. Why is it sloping downward? It is sloping downward because of the inverse. Because of the inverse, I am saying because of the inverse relationship between maize and beans. The inverse relationship is here like this. Remember we said that we cannot easily increase both of them at once. We have to have that substitutability. We have to have opportunity cost operating in this field here, whereby an increase in one means there must be a decrease in the other, in the alternative commodity. So not all that can be increased or decreased at the same time. Either of the two has to do so. That's why our PPF is negatively sloping. Understood? Have you understood that? All right, let me hope so. Thank you for understanding it, okay? Yes. So, economic growth. For us to observe economic growth, which is the increase in the quantities, the continuous increase in the quantities, we realize it or we come to know about it when our PPF is moving or shifts outwards to the right. When it is shifting outward to the right, that one indicates that there is an increase in both the commodities. And that one is conditional. It is conditional, conditioned on given factors, basing on given factors that cause this PPF to increase or to shift outwards to the right. Outwards to the right. What we mean is here, this PPF can easily shift towards that side. Towards that side, and that one can be PPF 1, assuming this is not. What we mean is that given that, if I'm to elongate my graph here, you will see the difference. You will see the difference caused by, if I'm to elongate this one, it will show you this difference that if initially you were producing at this point, B naught, M naught, and there happens to be some factors which are enabling you to increase both commodities. Remember, I have told you that they are conditional or basing on some factors. This is initially you're producing at that point A, and there happen to come some favorable factors which are favoring both beans and maize. Then that one can easily shift both commodities to increase. How will that one be seen? That one will be seen, let me remove this, signs of shift, and I show you how it will be, how you will be able to see the increase in both the commodities. By the way, this one is not always a common way of enabling a learner to realize this adjustment. You know, when you visit some books, be it textbooks, be it pamphlets, whichever, you may not easily find what I'm going to show you here. Yes, you will simply see in those books that a shift, it shifts outwards. But how does that shift outwards show an increase in both of these commodities? So get it from me here today that this one being at point B, at point A, being our initial production point having both commodities, maize as M naught and B naught for beans. Then my question comes to you. How will you see that there is an increase? Yes, you want to ask. You want to ask about? You're asking about what may cause that shift. Oh, let me first tell you some of the factors or the key factors that may cause this shift, and then I show you how that quantities can easily be shown on the illustration. These factors which can cause a shift, an outward shift is, for example, technology, I'm writing them as neutral first and foremost, and then thereafter I'm going to tell you more about it. Technology, importation, taxes, that is taxation. Then on the other hand, we have raw materials, and in line with that, we also have scales of labor, yes. We also have political climate, Basically, using these factors, they can cause both an increase or a shift, an outward shift of the PPF, showing an increase in the quantities of both maize and beans. But when they also change the other way around, not favoring this kind of production, then the PPF will shift inward. Will shift what? Inward when they are not favored. Assuming it had increased and they change, these factors change, then there will be reduction or decline in the level of production. As I will show you everything. Me, I'm here to exhaust everything for you. Okay? So, to show an increase in the quantities of both of these commodities, we have, first of all, to have an increase or advancement in the level of technology. When the technology is improved upon, for example, initially, when the natives are using rudimentary tools, we have our own pangas, handy pangas, clear the land using just pangas, using handy hose. Some people call it the 7, a 7, letter 7, figure 7. I'm assuring you cannot produce much. But when you advance the mode of production by hiring machines, if you hire a bulldozer, it can clear for you hectares and hectares of land in just a week. Whereas for you, an individual, you may not finish 1 acre just like this in a week. You cannot. And that shows how inefficient you can be, thus producing less output. So, technology advancement will cause an increase in the production of both of these commodities. So, level of importation. When the importation rate increases, when the level of importation increases, goods coming from outside countries into our economy, that one itself will cause an increase in the volume, in the quantities of the available commodities. Yes. Want it? It will. You hear now of recent we were in scarcity of maize in Uganda here. But it is noted that early at the start of October, we were getting maize from Zambia. We were getting maize, importing maize from Malawi. Yeah? Yes. Thus, that imported maize was increasing on the amount of maize available in the economy. So that one trying to increase on the volume of goods available. So I'm trying to tell you about what may cause a shift in the PPF outwardly to the right. Another factor that can cause this is the level of taxation. This taxation, when the level of taxation is increased, when it is reduced, when the level of taxation is reduced, it means that the cost of production reduces. When the government reduces on the rate of taxes it is imposing on the people within the country, it makes or it enables the citizens remain with high disposable income. High disposable what? Income. Before I proceed, what is disposable income? When we talk about disposable income, we mean the amount of money which is left with the household having completed all the compulsory or necessary expenditures. So the amount of money remaining with is what we call disposable income. So when taxes are low, you remain with a lot of money in your hands, which is ready to spend into production, thus enabling you to shift this PPF from PPF note to another level, which is an indication of an increase in the volume of goods and services. Then the other factor that can as well cause this PPF to shift outwards to show an increase is availability of raw materials. Availability of raw materials. When there is high level of availability of these raw materials, the producers will be boosted to produce more, unlike when the raw materials themselves are very scarce and so costly to access. So like us here, previously, we used to have very few factories producing sugar within this country, Uganda. Why? We did not have the machinery. We did not have. But as I talk now, we have our Wendero sugar factory here. We have Hoima Sugar in Kikube there. We have Kienjojo sugar factory. We have another one being constructed or being built in Kagadi. So all of those availability of machines are enabling us to utilize the available resources and therefore increase on the level of sugar cane and sugar production within the country, which indicates increase or an increment in the level of production. Do you know also that you cannot increase all these 2 our products without labor skills being uplifted higher? The labor skills, for you to increase output of these commodities, you must have labor which is skilled in the production of these 2 commodities. In other words, we mean that improvement in the labor skills is what will cause you to shift this PPF curve outwardly to indicate that the quantities of beans and maize will increase concurrently. So lastly, we have political climate. All these ones can be in place. Technology, importation, whatever, they can all be in place. But when the political climate is unfavorable, I'm telling you, all these ones will be a wastage of time. Because no one will, even if labor is skilled like what, it cannot engage in production when the bombs, when the guns are laughing around from whichever corner. Bombs are blasting, the missiles are moving. You can't engage in any production because of the need to secure your own life. So for you to have a high level output, you must have a stable political state. Yes, you have to have a very stable political climate. So that one will boost the production of both commodities. Yes. So, let us move to our illustration. Let us move to our illustration here. And therefore see very well on how these two quantities can be shown that they are increasing, and the other, as I told you, it is not common for everyone to show it out. Yes. So, for this matter here, when we want to realize that these factors have been very fundamental in the production of these two commodities, for example, let us start with one. If we want to realize that the quantity of maize has increased from this initial M0 to M1 or to another level, then we can what we do is we use this line, the quantity line of bean is B0. There. Are we together? The quantity line of B0, which corresponds with the point A on the PPF, is the one we use to show the quantity, the increase in the quantity of maize. How? We move it from here, for example, up to this point where it is, and we instead use this very one to prolong it outwardly, upwards, upwards, to touch the new PPF, to touch the new PPF curve, which is PPF 1. And that one automatically, as I told you, it must at this point, assuming this is A0, the A1. I'm calling it A1 because it is a point, a new point on a new PPF 1. So each point on this PPF will be denoted as 1. So it is from here that we shall get the new M1. So this one, it will very well be showing the adjustment or the increase in the quantity of maize. But when we have used the quantity line of B0 to show the increase of maize, you can't increase using this one here. Then on the other hand, when you want to see how much of beans that has increased following the improvement in these factors, then we use the corresponding quantity line of M0 the corresponding quantity line of maize M0 towards the PPF1. So it is this. That is going to show you the increase in the quantity of beans. And remember we said that wherever this quantity line meets, we denote that point. And therefore, we get the corresponding quantity line of B1. So as I told you before, that this one is very unusual. Even if you go into the books, you may not find where it is indicated that an adjustment in both of them can be shown like this. You will hardly get it. So that's why I called upon your observation critically here, such that you can be able to see how does this beans increase and how does maize increase following the shift in the PPF. Yes, let me hope that one is well identified and very well understood. Yes, if you have understood that, therefore, allow me to do the reverse. Let us look at the reverse of this. We have looked at first the improvement, the increase in the quantity, the outward shift of the PPF. What if it is an inward shift of the PPF, inward to the left? Then how will it be? How will it be looking like? So very fast, I'm going to remove this, and then we I'm not removing the factors because I told you those factors, I stated them neutrally. Such that they can show us the increase in quantities and also the reduction in the quantities. Therefore, having our PPF, this one here we have beans, as we have been, our center point. We have always to note this center point. We must always, to show that it is the starting point, there, the point of intersection of the two axes. Then thereafter, we move into the y-axis, where we are naming maize. Then, I want us to look at PPF not being there, being at that point. What is this time going to cause it to shift inwards? To shift inwards to the left. You have to recall very well that we say whenever we are moving from the right to the left, we are reducing. We are reducing the quantities. Reducing the quantities. That means this curve will have to shift from this level to another level. PPF 1. But before we proceed with the curve, with the illustrations, among our factors, what do you think is going to happen to cause this one? Yes, my dear students, what do you think? Yes, you have the answers. Point 1, which we said technology. This time around, when this technology tends to deteriorate is to decline. When it declines, that one automatically, the machines that you were initially using are all down. They have broken down. Meaning that since the bulldozers, the caterpillars, the tractors you used to have, they are all under very poor mechanical conditions. They cannot do anything for you. That means in the next period of time, you are going to have very low output, because you are no longer able to implement production using those machines. The level of production will have to reduce in relation to decline in the level of technology. If you have been using herbicides to control pests, insecticides, insects and the rest, then you run sort of finance and you are no longer able to hire or to buy those inputs. Automatically, production will have to go down because the insects will not die. They will eat up your crops, your products, and therefore you will find yourself having low output. Then, on the level of importation, when the government tends to put restrictions, for example, we have a restriction which we call quotas, which we have quotas under this importation. Let me put it here, called quota. Quotas like that, not a quota 1/4, not that, but quotas. This one is the quantitative restriction. Quantitative restriction, where the government limits that please don't import beyond this given level. Should we realize that you are importing beyond it, we shall get you. So when the government comes in to put those restrictions, therefore the level of importation will reduce. And when the level of importation reduces, that one implies that the quantities that is produced into the economy or produced within the economy is going to reduce. It's going to reduce. Hey, my dear ones, don't misunderstand that term called the production. When I say when it is produced within, production only and only ends the cycle when the product reaches the final consumer. So when the Kenyans have produced, the Rwandese have produced, but the commodities haven't reached into the final consumer, that implies that even if they are exported to Kenya, into Uganda here, they are still in the process of producing. Until they get me, who will act as the final consumer, that I will finalize the process of production. So, on the other hand, when the level of taxation increases, I'm using these arrows to indicate the words. When the level of taxation increases, then it means that the government is going to take much amount of money from the public, from the producers, and therefore their disposable income, the amount of money that they have at hand to engage into production, to invest into production, is going to reduce. And when it reduces, automatically it reduces the capacity, the production capacity of these producers, thus leading to low levels of output. Then on the other hand, when the level of raw material availability reduces, that one also reduces on the capacity of a farm or a producer to increase the output, obviously leading to a decline. When the labor skills are also low, I am saying when the labor skills are also low, semi-skilled or completely unskilled. There are some people, there are some producers who tend to employ the unskilled labor. And I don't know, I think because they are cheap. Yeah? They are cheap. Because those people have not gone into serious training or what, which is expensive, so they will always be cheap. So when such a firm or such a producer tries to employ such a low or poor or low or unskilled labor, obviously the level of output will be very, very small. So with you, as when you become a serious producer, please don't engage in employing such a unskilled or relatively semi-skilled labor, because the level of output will obviously be low. If it happens to be high, the quality will be minimized or underrated. All right, let us move to, we are looking at the factors that may influence an inward shift of the PPF. An inward shift of the what? Of the PPF. And lastly, we are looking at the political climate. This time around, it will not be favorable. It will be unfavorable political climate. When does political climate become unfavorable? Political climate becomes unfavorable when there are wars. Wars within the country, or even outside the country. In those days in the north there, we used to have Joseph Kony. And in Wondibugyo, that side, we used to have the ADFs, who had become a menace. So whenever businesses, whenever production centers, production plants were just being opened, you hear a bomb. All the people could take off for their lives. Hello, life is precious. Life is precious. You can't be there. So, where there is a political instability, political unrest, no one can easily give in his or her life that because he wants to earn. You cannot be there. Right now, as I talk, in the overseas, that is in Russia and Ukraine, Ukraine is totally demolished. Why? Political instability. Tell me, are there farms going on? Are there producers, apart from the military hardware production plants? Are there other farms producing goods? They aren't. Why? Because all people were displaced. People in Poland, people were shifted to the neighboring countries for security reasons. So, in such a country, production is totally low. That's causing the quantity to reduce. The quantity produced to reduce, thus shifting the PPF from PPF not to PPF 1. Okay? So, having noted those factors, therefore, how can this one also be realized, just as we did the other increment of beans and maize at the same time? How can this one also be identified? Follow me up and let us be gradual. So we are going to make our basis from our original point where we have B naught and where we have M naught. Remember, the naught means initial, the starting point, or the production points. Therefore, having noted this as A naught, remember, A naught because it is on the initial PPF naught. That's why we are calling it a naught. And therefore, how do we determine the reduction of both maize and beans, which has come as a result of unfavorable conditions as noted here? How do we realize that? I told you the other time that we were using the quantities of maize and beans to show the increase in either of them. This time around, we are going to use the quantity line or the corresponding quantity line of maize to show the quantity line of beans. Maybe let us see. This one is here. The convexity of PPF1 is too steep here because it is supposed to cancel here, such that we can also determine this one at this point. I see. So allow me to do this one a bit slightly, such that we can move at once. This one being our PPF1. So we are going to use the quantity line of maize to show the reduction in the quantity of beans. For us to realize the reduction in beans, we have to use the quantity line of maize. And this one will be identified on the new PPF. On the new PPF. Wherever they meet, don't mind. Wherever they meet, you mark that point. And that one will be at this point here. I think all of you are seeing it. At this point here, it's where we shall get the quantity of beans. The new quantity. And that one will be showing us that because of the unfavorable political climate, because of the use of low-skilled or semi-skilled or unskilled labor, because of the unavailability of raw materials, because of the increase in taxation and the rest, the quantity of beans has reduced from B0 to B1. Clear? Let me hope it is okay. Then, because of the same problems, how do we note that the quantity of maize have reduced? Anyone of you who can come and show us? Anyone, please? Okay, because of time, let us try to move on. Remember, at first we used which line? The quantity line of beans to show us the reduction in what? In the maize. So this time around we are going to use the same, where the quantity line of beans meets the new PPF1. You must be observing even before pointing there. Your eyes must be more wide now. That point, this is the quantity line of beans, but where it meets the new PPF1 enables us to identify that point, and we correspond it, we relate it to the y-axis, the maize axis, thus showing us the new quantity of maize that is produced. And therefore, it will also show a reduction that initially you were producing at a higher level, M0. And now the level at which we are producing has reduced to a lower level of M1, thus becoming an economic retardation or reduction in economic growth. All right, let me hope my people, we are moving on smoothly. So these are the two illustrations that I have wanted so much for you to understand, because when I don't mention them now here, you may hardly find them somewhere else. So as we are moving on to another level, still under the PPF, but we shall have other illustrations to show the change in the modes of production favoring only one commodity, either maize or beans, and how it works out. Let us meet again. Thank you. Okay, welcome again into another session. This time round, as I have just told you before, that out of the factors that we have seen, or the reasons for an increase and reduction in the quantities of both beans and maize, as in line with our PPF that we have been seeing, there is at times some factors when they are favoring one commodity, but not both. So where, for example, a given factor favors only one commodity, like for instance, the technology used only favors either maize. I'm just using them as examples as we have been using them, but otherwise they can be any other kind of commodities. Any other kind of commodities, be it industrial, be it agricultural, be it tourism, be it what, fishing, whichever. Even in fishing, we can have our nets, but which nets are favoring a given type of fish and becoming hard for a given other type of fish. That means the mode of fishing that we are using is favorable in one hand and not favorable on the other hand for another type of fish. Okay, so when we are talking about maize and beans, we are not necessarily meaning that they are the only commodities which we have always to consider. Yes. All right. Now, for this matter, we want to see economic growth under PPF, but having a case study of a given factor. A case study of a given factor which is either favoring or not favoring that particular commodity. All right, this time round, let us pick one factor. For example, let me pick, which one can we pick? Yes, which one can we pick? Which one? Oh, yes. Let us pick technology. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Let us pick technology. Level of technology. So in the case where the level of technology has increase in technology. We say increase? No, here we mean improvement. Improvement in technology. This dust of ours is also disturbing us in a given way. Improvement in technology improvement in technology. For this matter, when technology favors one of the two commodities, please note that the PPF will not shift as we have been seeing. It will not shift out all of it wholesomely into the right or into the left. No. It will only move in favor of that particular, commodity whose technology has improved, or that commodity which has been favored by a given level of technology. You know it very well that at times we tend to change the production modes, but those modes of production at times are not the most suitable for that particular commodity. And therefore, in line with that, even if you change the mode of production and the quantity of that commodity does not increase, that means it was not the most suitable mode of production that you have used. Clear? Yes? Oh yeah. Now, here we want to see that when there is improvement in technology for beans, for example, what is going to happen? What is going to happen? Now, this is what is going to happen. We have our curve as maize, initial point, and we have our beans. So when we have this, this one shows to us that our PPF note is there. But we are saying that the technology this time is not favoring both commodities. It is favoring only one commodity, meaning that the quantity produced of maize is not going to increase. Is not going to increase, but rather the quantity of beans only and only is going to increase, because the technology or the mode of production has favored only beans. How is it shown therefore on our curve? On our curve there, what we do, since it is only favoring one side of our illustration, this PPF remains like that, but we get a new PPF curve which show the increase in beans, but shown by rotating outwardly. Rotating what? Rotating what? Outwardly. Outward like this. In line with the commodity whose technology has increased. And remember that an outward movement means increase of a given product in the volume of a given product. Therefore, that one becomes our PP, becomes our PP F1. Becomes our PPF1. Yes. Therefore, how do we determine that there has been an increase? Yes, this I am with you. How do we determine that there has been an increase? How do we show it? As I told you, some of these curves will always be found like that in some of those books that we tend to read. But again, listen, be keen and see this. Initially, we have our quantity M naught, just as we have been doing. And then there happen to be this quantity B naught of beans. But we are saying that the technology has only favored the beans. The technology for beans is the one which has advanced. The one of maize has remained constant. Then that one, what do we do? Who can remind me? Who can remind us? Please, who can remind us? Yes. Yeah. We use the quantity line of maize, which is M naught, to show to move on and touch the new PPF to cause another PPF1. Therefore, this one here, if we were calling the other one B1, B naught, this one would be B1 point, because it is on a new PPF1. And therefore, it would show an increase from this point here to point B1, which is a clear indicator of an increase in beans. Of an increase in beans. Yes. Then likewise, on the other hand, where we happen to have the PPF, where we happen to have the technology, where we happen to have the technology favoring the maize, then how would that one appear? That one would appear like this also. It is very simple. Yeah? The reverse of this one here. It will be very simple. This time it is going to increase on the quantity of maize and leave the one of beans constant. And therefore this ppf not of ours, yes, where we have M naught and we have B naught, those are the initials, and then we have point A naught. All those ones are showing initial. The initial quantity of maize, the initial quantity produced of beans at a ppf at a full utilization point, A naught. Then with that, we want to see what happens when the technology of maize increases and that of beans remaining constant. We do like this. We just go down to the end of the ppf, there, and we mark that point as our point of origin, and it rotates outwardly in favor of commodity maize, and that one marks the pp, this one marks ppf1. Therefore, given this, what do we do for us to show the increase in the quantity of maize when the other one of beans has remained constant? What do we do? Yes, what do we do? Be observant. We did the other one of what? We did the other one of beans here. Therefore, can we do the other one of maize? Please. Hey, get up your books there. In your books there, can you illustrate it very fast and I see? Yes, I can come and see. How have you done it? Yes. Oh yes, oh yeah. Now, just as one of you has done it, we use the quantity line of beans to move on upwards. You see that? Upwards, and where it reaches the new ppf1, we note that as, and we note it as m1. That means, for this matter, the quantity of beans has remained B naught, but whereas there has been an increase, an adjustment in the quantities of maize from M naught to M1. Yes, that is very clear, I think. It is very clear. Any problem? Yes. I think we have tried to understand that one very well. Now, is it possible for you? I think it is possible for you to carry out the opposite, where the technology of it reduces. Where the technology of each of those ones reduces. Yeah? Hey, work out. Yes. Now, for this matter, as we want to end our lesson, but I cannot end the lesson when we have not completed this area here. Please let me try to be able to do it such that we can relate the two with the other ones. The two with the other ones. We are trying to complete the production possibility frontier. Yes. Now, this one here was technology. Favoring beans. Favoring beans. And therefore, on top here, let us do the reverse and see. The reverse and see. That is where technology decline in technology for beans. What happens if that technology reduces? We shall realize that here we have maize, and if our PPF is like that, but we are saying the technology of beans, it has declined. It has declined. And therefore, what do we show when the technology declines? For beans, what do you expect? Do you expect an increase? Do you expect an increase in the quantity of beans? Could it be? No. It actually cannot be. What we expect there is the decline in the quantities produced of the beans. And therefore, how do we show that one? Yes, I told you, I go slow but sure, okay? Now, these PPFs showing an increase have been shifting outward, showing that they are in favor of a given commodity. This time around, it will have to shift inward. When it shifts inward, it is showing a reduction, because remember we say that inward rotation and inward rotation of this PPF shows PPF1, it shows a reduction. So this time it is not like the other two we have been seeing. This time around, it will be the opposite, whereby the new PPF is out and the new is inside, towards the left. Therefore, this time around, we shall be able to see that initially, if you were producing at this point, that one being your B naught, and this one being your M naught. And we want to see the reduction, a decline in technology for beans, and how it is that the decline in the quantity of beans, how it is shown. How can you see it in terms of graphs or illustration? The third one, simply move on. Use the quantity line of M naught onto the new PPF, this one here. Therefore, that one will give you the new quantity of beans, which is indicating a reduction. Likewise, that one can as well be done for the maize. Just as I have done this, it will happen for the other one. Thank you very much. We shall start from there next time. Thank you.